Hi everyone, I am Spirit Mother, sorry, I do TikTok and Spirit Mother, but my channel is called Spirit Mother Teachings of Going Within. I am Tara, and I'd like to welcome you all to my channel, Spirit Mother Teachings of Going Within. Today, I'm hitting another another touchy subject for a lot of people who my hair wants to fly away. They skittle. I gotta have some, like, it's not a humorous topic. What I'm going to talk about is very intense, and it's not to cause fear, conflict, or it's to cause not cause anything. It's to bring awareness to what's really going on. Okay. Part of the going within and seeing things for what it really is instead of turning. Today, I'm going to be talking about what are the true 7 deadly sins. And sins, to me, means systems integrated into society. Okay. Sorry. I'm going to pull from my cards, and in so, I'm also calling out to empaths and everyone that is ready to wake up. The time is now. It's to be ready for what's coming. As I've read on different things, a lot of people, they're sitting on the edge of their seats and they're wondering, don't be fearful. Things, like they say, it's like things always get worse before they get better. And I've heard someone tell me that, like, we can't cause change. We can. We all can cause change. And that's what a lot of us are doing right now. And that's some of why the world seems like it has blown up. It's knowing that, well, love is here. And it's in amongst all of what we call chaos. And we're bringing things into the light that have otherwise been pushed aside and not looked at by others because of fear, shame, ridicule, judgment. And I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to shame. I'm not here to ridicule. I'm here to enlighten and help everyone to grow. Not divided anymore, together. It's like that game they play. It's called Red Rover, and you call so-and-so over, and if you enlighten them, it's either they're going to join with waking up, or they're still going to kind of try not looking at it. But we can't do that anymore. That's why we're not getting ahead. So why we keep repeating. We keep going through the same thing over and over again. Protests. The protests have already happened many, many times. And it's like it's all happening the same way. And it's time to change that. To step back and look at things from a different viewpoint. The opening your heart and like we have the Indigenous thing coming up of, like, we settle our differences and we connect with one another because we all have more in common than what we realize. We've just been separated into different categories, labels, what have you. And well, as I said, they say we're in Revelations. Okay, so we're in Revelations, and we have some resistance. And some of it is because of fear. Some is fear of losing everything. But I know sometimes it's like, in order to wake up, sometimes we have to lose things, even if we feel like we don't, because it's like, it's saying like, hey, like, sometimes we lose materialistic things. I'd rather lose materialistic things than lose my family. And things are really upside down, because I hear of more people going out and getting cameras because they want to protect their materialistic things, opposed to protecting themselves and their family. To me, health, love, and family, shelter, and food, warmth. It's hard because there's a lot of homeless people, especially where I'm at in Atlantic Canada. It's very high right now. And the people that are supposed to be helping them are turning a blind eye and kicking them out of parks because they have a tent set up, because they have no other place to go. I stand with and for the people, not just groups of people. Because I'm not here to judge. Like I said, I'm here to help others grow, everyone grow, to become the oneness that we once were. Anger and hate aside, make peace, not war. And we're taught that, well, you got to have war in order to make peace. Well, we've had how many wars now? And we haven't seen it yet. The way to make peace is seeing the truth and settling our differences and moving forward, instead of living in the past. Because I know I lived in the past. And I know that living in the past, just in way, like the past had good things, but it had the bad things. And I don't want to be there no more. I want to be in the now. And I want to move forward without the pain and suffering. And some say, oh, well, it's life, your pain and suffering. That's not the way it was supposed to be. Oh, crap. Okay. I'm feeling the chakras right now. I actually have the Tree of Life on, and it has all the stones for the different chakras. So I'm going to pick from my cards. That's like, okay, just claim an agree. I know. It's good. There you go. Yeah. This is a message. If you do, you'll win. If you don't, you won't. So we move forward. It's the win. And if we stay in the past, and that's not an option anymore. It's time to live in the now and move forward for the better. So today, like I said, what I'm talking about, what are the true 7 deadly sins? Sins, to me, means systems integrated into society. Okay, I have up there 1, government systems. 2, medical healthcare systems. 3, money, banking systems. 4, religion, spiritual systems. 5, legal justice systems. 6, corporate business systems. 7, Sexual Sterilization Act. It's making the connection to the real truth, okay? And I have it right here because I went and I Googled, what are the 7 deadly sins? Okay, so the 7 deadly sins, as a lot of you know, is lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. So now I'm going to tell you what I found out from reading, because we're told that this is all of us. Okay. We're the sinners, is what we're told. They say, hear me out. Just get it right. Okay. The real sins are the systems integrated into society, and I'm going to point them out. Got it? Yep. Okay. This may be a long, well, not maybe, it's going to be a long video, because I have reading material here that I'm going to read, and I'm going to try my best to explain stuff. As I said, I'm a psychic medium, telepath, and I am an empath, and I am a channeler. And I'm going to try really hard to keep emotions settle, because I connect with others sometimes on a very intense, deep level, because a lot of people, they start to understand, and I get angry ones coming in that are like, that's why I go like this and say, hurt me, you're only hurting yourself, or I'm right here. Okay, so I'll read this. 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins, also known as the capital vice or cardinal sins, is a grouping and classification of vice within, okay, it says Christian teachings, what have you, but I'm leaving all religion out of this. Because religion is a part of a controlled system. Personally, I believe in all the religions, and the reason why I do is because it all comes back to the same thing. And some people don't want to recognize that or realize it. Even spirituality is the openness and the awareness of knowing of everybody. And it's not about judging one another. It's being connected with everything, everyone. And some would say, well, okay, I'm not going to say it because that's not how I believe. Because I know they say, okay, there's everything in there. There's okay, Yashkanai is confusing. Okay. Connected with everything and everyone. As oneness. The seven, okay, within, I'm going to say within teachings. According to the standard list, they are pride, greed, wrath, envy, lust, gluttony, and sloth, which are contrary to the 7 capital virtues. These sins are often thought to be abuses or excessive versions of one's natural faculties or passions. For example, gluttony abuses one's desire to eat. I'm going to get to that. Okay, I'm going to get to stuff. Just bear with me. Okay, like I said, this video may be long. And if you make it, awesome. If you don't want to watch, that's okay, because like I said, some may like and agree and understand what I'm saying, and some may not. And that's okay. This classification oriented with Tertullian and continued with the Desert Fathers, especially Abgarus, Pocus, pupil John Cassian. I cannot pronounce some of these names, so it's what have you with his book. The institutes brought the classification to Europe when it became fundamental to another religious group, confessional practice. Okay, like it was okay. I'm going to say what's here, because if it steps on someone's toes, I can't say sorry for that, because it shouldn't. And if it does, it's because you're not listening. You're only listening to bits and pieces, and you're not listening to what the bigger picture is that's being brought forth. I know in conversations, some people, they'll pick the smallest little thing that really doesn't have a lot to do with what you're talking about. But in some ways, yes, it does. Okay. But this here is like, we got to stop all this. Okay, I said about the Christian, where it became fundamental to Catholic confessional practices. Okay. The 7 deadly sins are discussed in treaties and depicted in paintings and sculptures, decorations on Catholic churches, as well as older textbooks. The 7 deadly sins, along with the sins against the Holy Ghost and the sins that cry to heaven for vengeance, and taught especially Western Christian traditions as things to be deployed. Okay. People are crying out. Okay. They're crying to heaven for the vengeance. What you're crying to heaven for is to clean up, to come and help. And then what happens is when people are there trying to help, that's when we shame them, guilt them, ridicule them, judge them. Why are you doing that? Why are we doing that? We asked for the help. History. Greco-Roman antecedents. Roman writers such as Horace entrolled virtues, and they listed and warned against vices. His first epistles say that to flee vice is the beginning of virtue, and to have got rid of folly is the beginning of wisdom. This is history. Origin of the current recognized 7 deadly sins. The evil thoughts can be characterized as follows. Physical thoughts produced by the nutritive, oh my gosh, nutritive, sexual, and gratuitous, or not gratuitous, acquisitives, appetites. Emotional thoughts produced by depression, irascible, and dismissive moods. Part of that, like, I guess I may understand as I go along a little further. Mental thoughts produced by jealous, envious, boastful, or hyperitic states of mind. The 4th century monk, that Egedeverus, reduced the 9, oh my God, to 8 as follows. Okay. Gluttony, prostitution, fornication, greed, sadness rendered in the political as envy, sadness at another's good fortune, wrath, rendered in the philocolici as decretion, but boasting, pride, sometimes rendered as self overestimation, ignorance, or gratitory. I don't know those words. I'm going to move down to in AD 590, Pope Gregory I received the first to form a more common list. Gregory combined with, okay, I'm going to the sins. This is the history. If you want to look it up, because I'm not, okay, look up the 7 deadly sins. Okay. So now, the first one, like I said, it's lust. Okay, and this is what it says. And I have, for lust, I have government systems. And this is why I have the government systems. Lust, or, lust is intense longing. It is usually thought as an intense or unforbidden sexual desire, which may lead to fornication, including adultery, rape, bestiality, and other sinful and sexual acts. Well, we're going through that right now. Okay? And that is about power. And a lot of people are saying that it's happening. I don't know. But people are looking into things and what have you. It's not about me to be judging. It's about people using the discernment and seeing if you understand what I'm saying or what I'm putting out there. Because I'm not going to lead you into thinking otherwise. Oftentimes, however, it could also mean other forms of unforbidden desire, such as for money or power. And that's what I have for government, because the government is in power. So that's like a lust, wanting to be in power and control and what have you. Harry Edward Manning explains that the impurity of lust transforms one into a slave of the devil. Okay. Now, the devil, to me, it's not per se a person, it's a system. And people follow by a system and it's pushed on everyone. And we all have been doing it to each other. And we're waking up to this. And we're going within. Hence, Spirit Mother teachings of going within ourselves so that we see the things. And anyone who says that they don't do anything wrong, that's bull crap. Because I have the criminal code, and according to the criminal code, when you look at everybody's doing something. Lust is generally thought to be the least serious capital sin. Okay? But we're shamed for it. We're shamed for sexual feelings. But keep your hands off people when it's not wanted. Dice que todo eso la curé. Thomas considers it an abuse of a faculty that humans share with animals and sins of the flesh, or less grievous than spiritual sins. Okay, for gluttony, For gluttony, I have medical and healthcare system. Like I said, use your discernment. Gluttony is the overindulgence and overconsumption of anything to the point of waste. The word derives from the Latin gluttery, meaning the gulp down or swallow. Okay, I'm going to say it. The information that's being put out there, along with a lot of the propaganda. One reason for its demonstration is that the gorging of the proprious may leave the needy hungry. And it is. swallowing and gulping down information. It could be hungry for wisdom. But to me, that is like, it's a form of an ignorance, not the food aspect of it, because in my other thing, when I did about sexual child abuse, a lot of the overeating or lack thereof eating is a big part of signs and symptoms of someone being sexually molested, sexually abused, raped, what have you. And they overeat because they're trying to cover it up, or the medical system, the drugs, being given drugs and they're being abused because of the effects that they have on us. It numbs the pain. It doesn't resolve the underlying issues. It just keeps us numb. Medieval church leaders, such as Thomas, whatever the Aquinas, I can't pronounce his last name, Aquinas, took a more expansive view of gluttony, urging that it could also include an obsessive anticipation of meals and overindulgence in the delicacies and costly foods. We all know what a delicacy is. And right now we're dealing with costly foods. He also listed 5 forms of gluttony, where he says eating too excessively, eating too daintily, eating too much, eating too soon, eating too eagerly. To me, that's the way we take in the information and how we act on it or react to it. It's not so much about the food, because like I said, there's enough food in the world for everyone. It's just not being distributed properly. And it's not being grown properly. It's like things are being hoarded. And I will get to that, because I also feel that all these I'll get to that too, the big businesses, and they put all this food in there, and it's more of like, okay, what happened to the small places? What happened? Why can't we have small farms here and there? And in the little stores where stuff does not go to waste. It's like getting things as we need them. And I know sometimes we can't do that, because some live further away and are unable to get there, except for maybe twice a month, maybe even once a month sometimes, because some people only get monies once a month. So if you can't, if a person's not able to save money so that they can get groceries throughout the month, or they live far away from a store, then that's understandable. But if we had little stores, little businesses like we used to, instead of all the small businesses going under and these big businesses thriving. The little people should be the ones thriving. And they will be again. Okay, so I had that for gluttony, the medical healthcare system. Okay, the reason why people are sick has a lot to do with what we're putting in our body. And what we're getting out of the air. Don't be afraid. Because sometimes the truth hurts. And I said that, like, sometimes we need a little tough love to kind of shake us and say, hey, you know, do you see what's going on? Do you see what's happening? And we're told it's us. But it's not. We have been programmed. It's been lies, deceit. Greed. For greed, I have money, banking systems. In the words of Henry Edward, Avarice plunges a man deep into the mirror of this world so that he makes it to be his God. That's what's happening. Is it not? Gotta have money, gotta have the things. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being able to get some nice things. But it's like, that's the greed. And we're looking at it like it is all. And it's not. I've said it before and others have said it. In a big way, money is the work of all evil. Because it has you sick. Worked to the core. Always worried about if you're going to have enough money for food. If you're going to have enough money for a roof over your head. And like I said, there's a lot of poverty going on right now, and it's due to this. And it's not because we're the greedy ones. Because we're all trying to survive. And if you want to point at somebody that doesn't have much money and guilt and shame them, you might want to shake your head. Because some of you came from there. You may have come up, but don't forget where you came from. Because that's when you get greedy and ignorant to the truth. And you may not like me, but I really don't care. As defined outside Christian writings, greed is an inordinate desire to acquire or possess more than one needs, especially with respect to material wealth. You got millionaires and billionaires. And they're out saying, oh, well, we're going to collect money to help you. Well, they're collecting money for their own pocket, and they're giving you pennies just so they can look good and get wealthier. Don't believe me? Might want to look again. Open your eyes and look around. We make our changes. And the first change is that we got to stop closing our eyes and pretending that it's not there. Like yesterday, it was the seeing is believing. And then the parts of, if I don't see it, it's not happening. So I'm going like this. I don't see it because of fear of losing something. A job, a home. The ability to go on a trip. Which I know some were getting these because they wanted to go on a trip. But you wait. I hope you make it and you finish watching this video. Because the number 7 deadly sin is the Sexual Sterilization Act. That's a deadly sin. Material wealth. I said about the belongings, the possessions. I want my family. I want to be dancing. I want to be singing. And my family is just not my immediate family. My family, to me, is everyone. Thomas considers that, like pride, it can lead to evil. And it has been. Not just leading to it. It has been that way for a very long time. It's not to get people rioting or anything like that, because we're distracted with all the protests. But the only way is through seeing the bigger picture instead of the smaller distractions to keep everyone in an illusion and divided. Next one is sloth. Religion, spiritual systems. Sloth, without care, refers to a particular peculiar jumble of notions dating from antiquity and quiddity, and including mental, spiritual, pathological, and physical states. It may be defined as absence of interest or habitual disinclination to extortion. Bribery. We're being extorted. Extortion. We'll take everything from you if you come forward and say anything. Or it's like the bribery. We got something against you, so you got to do as we say, not as we do. In his Summa, St. Thomas defined sloth as sorrow about spiritual good. The scope of sloth is wide. Spiritually, acedia first referred to an affliction attending religious persons, especially monks, wherein they became indifferent to their duties and obligations to God. See, if we see stuff, it's not supposed to be about seeing things and just not saying nothing about it. It's about doing something about it. And I know that it's a form, but it's like the part of, if I don't see it, then it's not happening. And I'm not judging, because it's all a learned behavior. Mentally, he said, acedia has a number of distinctive components. The most important of these is affectlessness, a lack of any feeling about self or other, a mind state that gives rise to boredom, rancor, apathy, and a passive inert or sluggish meditation. Like I said, I'm not throwing shade. I'm not judging. It's all learned. It's all learned behavior. The programs, the systems integrated into society. Oh, sorry. I'm going to get this. Okay, I'm going to give you the meaning. Like, if some don't know what the meaning of integrated. Oh. Thank you for bearing with me. I may be a slow teacher or a slow guide or what have you, but like I said before, I'm learning a lot of stuff too. I'm no exception to the rule. And that's the thing. There's so many rules. And that's why there's so much depression, anxiety, and everything. Meaning of integrated. The meaning of integrated.
Here's the definition of integrated. Of an institution, body, etc., desegregated, especially racially.
There you go. And that's what's happening. Okay. Sluggish meditation. Physically, ascendia is fundamentally associated with a association of motion and an indifference to work. It finds expression in laziness, inertia, and idleness. So it kind of keeps you from being able to use yourself, knowing, doing the inner work yourself, and like it's seeing it and not ignoring. Movement. And laziness doesn't mean about somebody not going to work. Because people have reasons why they're not working. And in all honesty, those reasons are really none of your business. Sloth includes ceasing to utilize the 7 gifts of grace given by the Holy Spirit: wisdom, understanding, counsel, knowledge, pity, fortitude, and fear of the Lord, such as disregard may lead to the slowing of spiritual progress towards eternal life. The neglect of manifold duties of clarity towards the neighbor and anonymously towards those who love God. Unlike the other 7 deadly sins, which are sins of committing immortality, sloth is a sin of omitting responsibilities. It's omitting responsibilities. It's our responsibility to help each other. It's our responsibility to not ignore. And just turn away. It may arise from any of the other capital vices. For example, a son may omit his duty to his father through anger. The state and habit of sloth is a moral sin, while the habit of the soul tending towards the last moral state of sloth is not moral in and of itself, accepted under certain circumstances. And you be the judge on that. Well, it's not the judge. It's the matter of you be the one to look in here to figure out what that means. Emotionally and cognitively, the evil of ascendia finds expression in a lack of any feeling for the world. So when people say that don't worry about other people, worry about yourself, don't be concerned. You can, it's like, we do have to put ourselves first so that we're able to help others, but it's not ignoring. feeling for the world, for the people in it, or for the self. Acedia takes form as an alienation of the sentient self first from the world and then from itself. The most profound variation, or the most profound versions of this condition are found in a withdrawal from all forms of participation in or care for others or oneself. But a lesser yet more withdrawal from, lesser yet more nauseum element was also noted by theologians. Gregory the Great asserted that from Tristitia, Tristitia, there arise malice, rancor, cowardice, despair. Standing up for one another. Sorry, I don't know these names, also dealt with this attribute of acedia, counting the characteristics of the sin to include despair, somnolence, idiolatness, tardiness, negligence, laziness, and weaknesses. I told you I'm not the greatest at reading, but I'm putting out there. Bear with me or don't bear with me. It's entirely up to yourself. But I do hope you're taking the time to at least hear it. The last, variously translated as anger, or better as perverseness. For this person, human sins consist of languishing and holding back, refusing to undertake works of goodness because she tells him herself the circumstances surrounding the establishment of good are too grievous and too difficult to suffer. Meaning, like the bribery, like standing up and not worrying about the repercussions of it. That's what I'm getting from that. Accedance is this person's view. Is this the enemy of every source of motive for work? Sloth subverts the livelihood of the body, taking no care for its day-to-day provisions, and slows down the mind, halting its attention to matters of great importance. Sloth hinders the man in his righteous undertakings and thus become a terrible source of humanity's undergoing. That's the distraction from all of the other stuff, the back and forth. Wrath. I have wrath as legal justice systems. Wrath can be defined as uncontrolled feelings of anger, rage, and even hatred. Wrath often reveals itself in the wish to seek vengeance. According to the Catechism of the Catholic Church, the natural act of anger becomes the sin of wrath when it is directed against an innocent person, when it is unduly strong or long-lasting, or when it deserves excessive punishment. Now, do you know why I say the legal justice system? It needs to start working. It is in some cases. But in the biggest parts of it, it's like it's more focused on the smaller stuff that the little people do, and less focused on the bigger pictures, the bigger problems. Hurt me, you're only hurting yourself. If anger reaches the point of a deliberate desire to kill or seriously wound a neighbor, it is gravely against charity. It is a moral sin. Hatred is the sin of deserving that someone else may suffer misfortune or evil, and is a mortal sin when one deserves grave harm. Okay. What is our wars? Okay. Why are innocent people being put in the middle of it? Why are our family members going to fight for this, for that? And it's in some aspects, we are supposed to be, they're going to fight for us, for each other. But instead of being trained how to make peace, to bring about peace, they're trained how to kill people. Does that make sense? Shouldn't we be training to make peace? And yeah, I understand if somebody just said they come with you at a gun. I understand that. But it's about finding another way. Is it that somebody, I just had somebody say something, but is it that somebody deserves to be killed? Well, how's that real punishment? How's that working for them to learn anything? To take responsibility? To me, that just resembles a form of vengeance. And I know as to some, it feels good. I know, like, Where I am from and where I grew up, a young man had a lot of mental health issues. And I know it stemmed from childhood, and I'm not making excuses for what he did. And I'm going to explain. A week before he murdered 3 of his family members, he told his mother that he was going to burn her down in her house. A week later, someone I know seen him storming somewheres. And from what I understand, he went in and he bludgeoned. He come up with the stuff in his backpack and made like he was there for water. He bludgeoned his grandmother and his grandfather. He killed his grandmother, his grandfather, and he killed his mother, and then set the house on fire. This person got, I believe it was about 5 years in total, but 2 years inside. And then they have these housing places where he got 3 years outside, but he was there at the end of it. He was allowed to go away for 6 days at a time. In my opinion, and this is just for something like that, it should have been a longer time. Because that person, they really needed help. And this stuff wasn't doing the proper thing because he pleaded insanity. But the week before, he told his mother that he was going to burn her in her house. This is where the systems can be very messed up. And it's not about killing the person as much as some people just wanted him. It's about having them taking responsibility for their actions. And then there was another just after COVID hit. There was a mass killing in the Maritimes. And the man who killed the people, the police shot him because he was going to kill more people. How I had somebody just say, how do you think that should have worked out? Well, that's not for me to judge. But I see that if you look at the case where the 3 people got murdered and the system didn't work there, And from what I understand in this, there was a lot of cover-up through the systems. What happened there, I don't know. And something like that happening, it's very difficult to heal from. Especially if people are finding out that the system that was supposed to help them failed them. Si totaria sala koreai. Mishkrea surai. Tikutoto paliato droia saroiam. Ekototial, sele koreai. Bikaim. I'm feeling people's hearts, okay? I'm trying to keep my emotions in check so that I can put this out there for people to understand. It's not to make you angry. It's to help you to see the distractions that are being put in front of you and the fear that is being put in you. I had somebody tell me that someone they know and even work with, I guess. The person said that if you were told that you had to walk down the road saluting, okay, would you do it? And the person's reply was, if I was going to get a fine, yes. Not judging the person, but it's almost like, did you hear what you said? You'll do something against your beliefs and how you feel because you're afraid you're going to get a fine. Is that not bribery? Is that not blackmail? Is that not control? Just don't expect others to do it. People feel angry when they sense that they or someone they care about has been offended. Yep. When they are certain about the nature and cause of the angering event, when they are certain someone else is responsible, and when they feel that they can still influence the situation or cope with it. It's hard to cope with something when you're not getting the answers. And for a lot of people, it's hard to move on when you're not getting the answers, when it's being covered up. Because you're left wondering. And you're like this. Like, what happened? I feel you. Sit home. Oh, I hit home. I'm feeling it. It hit home for a lot of people right now. Henry Edward Manning considers that angry people are slaves to themselves. I just felt someone's throat it kind of just dropped. From that, I'm getting when it says angry people are slaves to themselves, it's because it's hard. Like I said, it's hard letting go because something is left and we want answers. For envy, I have corporate business systems. And we're constantly dealing with them. Some even say that they own the government. Because as people know that, like, we have whatever they're called. I know politics. When you're voting. Election. Thank you. Okay, and when they're up, when they're doing elections, okay, what should be happening is from the funding, the government funding, only a certain amount should be distributed to each candidate. And that should be all that they are allowed to work with. They should not be allowed to have other forms of donations or what have you to contribute to their campaign, because what's happening there is they're being bought. Oh, we'll give you this much money so you can win and we'll vote for you. It's swaying the votes from the people to the corporate businesses. Envy is characterized by an unsustainable desire like greed and lust. It can be described as a sad or resentful convictness towards the traits or possessions of someone else. It comes from okay, I just had somebody say, how does that have to do with corporate and business? Well, aren't they cutthroat? Their product is better. So we're going to do something to put you out of business. The money aspect of it, the power. Like I said, lust, power, greed, money, banking systems. I hope people have made it this far, because if you did, I'm saying thank you, because that means that you're being very patient and you're actually wanting to hear. Whether you're judging me or you're saying you're just a crazy woman or lunatic, I don't care what you think. Okay, possessions of someone else. It comes from vainglory and serves a man. Oh, and severs a man from his neighbor. It's like for like the population, it can go in that of like somebody keeping up with the Joneses. According to St. Thomas, the struggle arose by envy has 3 stages. Or aroused by envy has 3 stages. During the first stage, the envious person attempts to lower anyone's reputation. Sound familiar? In the middle stage, the envious person receives either joy at others' misfortune. If he succeeds in defaming the other person, or grief at another's prosperity. If he fails, and the third stage, if he fails, and the third stage is hatred, because sorrow causes hatred. And that's what's happening. It's like, don't be envious of what someone else has because you don't know what they've done to get it. Some people worked hard to get their stuff, but still, don't be envious of it. Because it's material stuff. And material stuff may help you have more adventures or something like that, but it doesn't really make you happy. Some say it might me, or it does me. That's what I got. It does me. Well, that's you. That's the part of going back and don't flaunt what you have. Just because you want people to be envious of you. It's like you see people going in these fancy cars. And some will just stand right beside the car like, oh, look what I got. Why do that? Do you feel that low on yourself that you feel you have to do that? And it's not throwing shade at you. It's not throwing judgment. It's just asking you the question because it's a part of you going within and finding out, why do you do that? Bertrand Russell said that envy was one of the most potent causes of unhappiness, bringing sorrow to committers of envy, while giving them the urge to inflict pain on others. And some people think, if I can't have it, you're not going to have it either. See tota yesai. Everything makes where it's supposed to be. Pride. And the last one for pride is the Sexual Sterilization Act. Pride, also known as hubris from ancient Greek, or futility. Futility. It is considered the original and worst of the 7 deadly sins on almost every list that's most demonic. And I'm going to get to that. And I hope you made it this far. It is also thought to be the source of the other capital sins. Pride is the opposite of humility. Pride has been labeled the mother of all sins and has been deemed the devil's most essential trait, the system, because the Sexual Sterilization Act is another system. And you're going to find out it's all of these systems. C.S. Lewis writes in Mere Christianity that pride is the anti-God. State, the position in which the ego and the self are directly opposed to God. On chastity, anger, greed, drunkenness, and all that are the mere flea bites in comparison, are mere flea bites in comparison. It was through pride that the devil became the devil. The system became, the sins became the systems integrated into society. Pride leads to every other vice. It is the complete anti-God state of mind. Pride is understood to serve the spirit from God, as well as his life as grace-giving presence. I'm going to figure what that says because I felt a throat change. I felt the it's the ego aspect. As well, okay. One can be prideful for different reasons. Author Spencer states that spiritual pride is the worst kind of pride. It's Yeah, I stopped. Because this is a part that I'm trying to understand myself of what it's saying. Because to me, spirituality is being connected with the earth, with the animals, with the plant life, with the water, and with the people. Like I said, I don't deny religion. I believe in it all. Because it was telling us all something. And if I have that interpret it wrong, well, it's all in the way one can interpret it. I heal with energy. I helped heal my own body. I want, like, if I'm not well, I want to use water and natural stuff, plants from Mother Earth, even if it means that I'm eating like mushrooms. Dandelions, goldenrod, everything that we say. That is a weed. It's actually natural medicinal. And the biggest majority of the Native community was trying to tell us that. It's bringing us back to our roots. Because the pills and all this other stuff, it's chemicals. It's the chemistry. Different chemicals being combined. Artificial. A lot of man-made. And I know that different plants are put different ways and what have you. I've been going natural, yes. The only chemicals I would use on my body would be if there was some in my shampoo and conditioner, and I use natural soaps. And the shampoo that I use, it doesn't have phosphates. It doesn't have a lot of the other stuff because me and someone else looked it up, someone else who knows a lot about this stuff. Someone who is also my teacher in ways as I am theirs. I had somebody lead you astray. Well, yeah. And it's using your heart and your discernment and knowing. Not taking everything as gospel, as being truth, because like I said, there's a lot of propaganda. If not, okay. The heart is particularly deceitful on this one thing. Johann Edwards said, remember that pride is the worst viper that is in the heart. Okay. I'm going to say that when I watch Once Upon a Time, okay, it had the Queen of Hearts. And on there, she had ripped out her own heart because she said love is weakness. But see, the thing is, love is not weakness. Love is strength. And love is the biggest strength. Love can be scary sometimes. And sometimes love can hurt because it seems like it doesn't go the way that we want. And then we become angry. But it's just because it was something that was for that time period to learn something from. So that part of pride, I personally don't agree with it. The part where it is the problem. Because in actuality, it's only the problem for the system. Because see, every time there's a love connection, it changes things. And it changes things for the better, only it's made to look worse. Because something is thrown in there to cause havoc, to cause anger. I know because I've been experiencing it. And these things are used for it, to do that. Propaganda is used for it, to turn people on one another. And it's not my pride talking, it's the truth. Because the heart chakra is very powerful. It can send off a great amount of love, an infinite amount of love. And it can send off anger and hatred too. I know that. And it's about looking within ourselves and seeing what we're doing to one another. We're not supposed to be hurting each other. And if the heart is said to be the pride because we're not hurting each other, then there's something wrong with that sentence. So whoever that person was, where was their heart? What were they feeling when they said that? Wow. What it's saying, I'm not reading it all, this part, because what it's saying is that pride blinds, okay? Foolish actions and not using common sense. Well, with love, you still use common sense. So there's some things that to me, love can make you do crazy things, but guess what? Hatred does too. And it's not about having hatred without love. But if you produce anger because you had love and then things didn't work out the way you wanted, well, why get angry? Okay, because to me, I just got asked about how does the sexual sterilization work there, because people have compassion, or they're just like, this is the truest. Okay, I'm going to that now. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to stop going forward, because to me, the truest is love. Whether others want to believe that of any kind of group, or whether somebody wants to say that about love. Because love does not make you weak. The true weakness is the ones that try to use love against you. Because I don't want to fight. Fighting is getting us nowhere. And to me, the truest sin is using stuff in order to sterilize a person from being able to produce children. It's about having the family values back. Because families aren't even, a lot of the time, they're not even spending time with one another. And people who want to have children are unable to, and they're left going to a system to give them pills, artificial insemination, when they should be able to have the ability naturally. Women's female reproductive systems causing their bodies to abort babies. I'm not talking about going and having one done. If somebody wants to, that's their choice. It's not mine. Because it's their body. And if somebody wants to frown on me for that, well, that's entirely up to yourself. But the reproductive systems are messing up. You're getting cervical cancers, endometriosis, uterine cancers. They're getting cysts, which is causing them to lose parts of the reproductive system. And they want children. They want a family. And for anyone to think it's okay to sterilize someone, because that's what's happening, and men are saying that, well, the sperm rate is coming down. Well, the sperm rate is coming down because of all the stuff being produced here. If you don't want to have children, that's entirely up to yourself. But you cannot take that right from somebody else. And this here points it out. In 1928, the Legislative Assembly of Alberta, Canada, extracted the Sexual Sterilization Act. The act, drafted to protect the gene pool, allowed the sterilization of mentally disabled people in order to prevent the transmission of traits of offspring deemed undesirable. A lot of the stuff that's happening, it has to do with stuff that's being injected into our bodies. And also, it's stemming from childhood of sexual abuse, mental, physical. And we grow up and we say, oh, well, our kids are kids. That's what that's what we've been led to believe in a lot of aspects. But you ask somebody that was abused as a child, whether it be physical, mental, or sexual, and ask their answer. Ask how they were before it happened to them. At that time, eugeneticists argued that mental illness, mental retardation, epilepsy, alcoholism, pupermissis, certain criminal behaviors, and social defects, such as prostitution and sexual perversion, were genetically determined and inherited. Further, it was widely believed that persons with these disorders had a highly reproduction rate than the normal population. So that to me is somebody saying that they're not imperfect. They're not perfect. So they don't deserve to be here. Because they're not even perfect themselves. Further, it was widely believed that persons with these disorders had a higher reproduction rate in normal population. As a result, it was feared that gene pool in the general population was weakening. That's the integrated racial discrimination. And to me, racial doesn't just mean someone's ethnic background or anything like that. Racial is racial, no matter what it is. When you hold it against someone. During the time, the Sexual Sterilization Act, this is going to point out all this. During the time of the Sexual Sterilization Act was in fact 4,800 cases were proposed for sterilization in the province of Alberta, of which 99% received approval. Examination of sterilization records demonstrated that legislation did not apply equally to all members of society. Specifically, the act was disproportionately applied to those in socially vulnerable positions, including females, children, unemployed persons, domestic servants, royal citizens, unmarried, institutionalized persons, Rome and Greek Catholics, and persons of Ukraine, Native, and Metis ethnicity. The act was repealed in 1972. Extrapment, the Sexual Sterilization Act was first introduced into the legislation on March 5th, 1927. Oh, well, shit. It was around about March 26, 2021 that the news about telling people if you want assisted suicide because you had mental health issues, oh, we'll be happy to do it. That was a medical system. Okay, yeah. But I thought the medical system was supposed to be helping us with this. The medical. Don't we go for counseling, psychology, psychiatrists? And they're keeping medical records. And they never really started keeping physical written medical records until 1900, between 1900 and 1920. Wait till I read more. And if you're making this far, thank you. March 5th, 1927. But due to the crowded session and unclear bill format, and I have you got it? Yep. Just get in. Son of a bugger. You got it. Yep. Excuse me one moment, please. For some strange reason, it didn't print off. Oh. You're scared door Emily. Thanks for bearing with me. I had that printed off. Right here. See that? That came from a legitimate legal site that all the lawyers use for case studies. How do I know that? Because when I took my course in 2003, we were given that site and the ability to go to it. So this was what was put in. That was supposed to print off, but for some reason it didn't. Okay? So go look it up. Have a gander. That was, they said, the bill. Excuse me. Crowded session and unclear bill format. It was pulled from the schedule. That's the one. On February 23rd, 1928, George Hoddley, Minister of Health, reintroduced the bill with a comment regarding the growing burden of taxpayers in caring for immigrants and mentally disabled persons. Like I said before, is Canada not supposed to be considered a free country? But we seem to be extremely dominating. See that? Is it the people? Or is it the leaders? Supposed leaders. Much controversy surrounded the bill, and eventually in March 1928, the People's League to Act was formed. The League, with membership numbers of several hundred, retained counsel and contested the constitutionality of the Sexual Sterilization Act. Despite their efforts, the act was given royal assent on March 21st, 1928. If you look on the date there, March 21st, 1928. For the purpose of the act, the Alberta Eugenics Board was formed. The board was to be composed of 4 members. 4 members. Okay. Shoot. The 4 members. Yeah, I am. Please bear with me because I'm going to bring this to light. The 4 members. Oh. Oops. Crap. Okay, yep. Have a gander. Or horsemen of the apocalypse. Book of Revelations. With 7 seals. See that? And the last one being the Sexual Sterilization Act. And they represented death, famine, war, and conquest. But see, we have people coming forward and saying what's going on. And we just tell, and people are just telling them like, you're foolish. They told people not to get this, everything. But it's not just now. It's been going on. And this time people are dying. Two medical practitioners, composed of 4 members. 2 medical practitioners nominated by the Senate of the University of Alberta and the Council of the College of Physicians and Surgeons. And that was, where'd my book go? Right here. Okay, thanks. And the medical system was gluttony. College of Physicians and Surgeons. I'm going to read that again. The four members that were put in there, 2 of them were medical practitioners nominated by the Senate of the University of Alberta and the Council of the College of Physicians and Surgeons. People are supposed to be able to make complaints to the College of Physicians and Surgeons. The Colleges of Physicians and Surgeons are the ones that's supposed to take action on the doctors that produce medical malpractice in any way. But they're giving them the ability to do something that is unethical. And with religion, I read a thing and it said about religion and spirituality and what have you, but the differences of them. But when this is happening, it is unethical. And I have Canada's human rights. I said this is going to be a long video. And if you're making it, thank you. So it said in Pride, it's all of them. It's right. It's the lust. It's the gluttony. It's the greed. It's the sloth. It's the wrath. It's the envy. And it's the pride. Okay. And okay. So the first 2 were medical practitioners. 2 medical practitioners were the first 2. 2 persons other than medical practitioners appointed by the lieutenant government in council. Under the term, it didn't say. It just said other than medical practitioners. Under the terms of the Act, mental hospital inmates could only be discharged with the approval of medical superintendent, and it was within the superintendent's power to force examination on the ethnetics board. If an anonymous agreement, the board was empowered to appoint a physician and direct sterilization. Such operations were not to be performed unless consent was obtained from the inmate, if competent. So they could say if you were competent or not. I know, because if they feel you're not competent, they will keep you in a hospital. And that's when the doctor has to sign you clear. Unless you contact a lawyer while you're in there. Further, the Act provided that no surgeon performing an operation could be held liable to any civil action by reason of the operation. I'm not putting this out there to cause anger and frustration. It's the awareness, because there are many good people out there, and like others, they see and know what's going on, but they're afraid to lose their jobs. It's fear of being homeless, not having a roof over your head, not having food to eat, not having warmth, and that's what it's about. And that's why in some professions, people are leaving their jobs. And then others are saying, get back to work and do what you should do your job. It's like, do you know what that person goes through? Do you know why that person is leaving their job? Amendments. In 1937, an amendment to the Act was proposed by Dr. W. W. Cross, Social Credit Minister of Health. Oh my God. As the act was considered to restrict it, restrictive. Too many strict rules on it. People couldn't have what they wanted. It was accepted that sterilization was permitted for the benefit of the human race, not the individual. And as such, consent was no longer deemed a requirement. So now we're going through bribery. Here, you go get this, and we'll give you some money for McDonald's food. Or you don't get this, and you don't get to go on a trip, or you don't get this, or take this. You don't have a job. You can't go anywhere. But in that thing, as pride, love is not a sin. Benefit for the human race, not the individual as such. No longer requirement. So permission was not needed. So they did not have to tell you what they were doing to you. At that time, Albertans seriously affected by the Great Depression believed sterilization would effect a much needed saving in dollars. Money, bank, systems. Whoa! Ain't that greed? But we're told we're the sinners. And then people believe that it's to help, things are to help them because they're being misled. And then they're going away and they're disowning their families. Or they're throwing guilt and shame on them. Like I said before, I had somebody tell me that it was my patriotic duty to get it. Did they even freaking know? And if they did, then they really need to shake their heads, because I've heard them say that they wished that they had 12 kids. And they had one. So that ability's been taken from them. Because you hear a lot of the sperm counts down in men. That's why. It's got nothing to do with the man himself or the genetics. Seriously affected by the Great Depression and much needed saving in dollars. The act was amended as follows. A distinction was made between psychotic persons and mentally defective persons. The criterion the criterion for sterilization in both categories was no longer solely genetic. The risk of mental injury to the patient or progeny was now included as grounds for sterilization. Okay, people end up with mental health issues because they've had a trauma experience. Some because they were in accidents or they were given a drug that caused a reaction that caused brain damage. Medical procedures can cause epilepsy. It causes abnormalities in the body. The person's not born like that. Some, maybe it's because of something that was injected into the parent and not their genetics, but what was injected in them while they were pregnant. We don't even really know how long it has really been going on, except for what has been documented. And that's the sad part. It's going. And if you don't like what I'm saying, don't watch me. But I'm going to say it. It's because your own ignorance is getting in the way. And it's not to throw shame or guilt or anything on you. It's like we're pointing fingers in all the wrong directions. And when stuff is being put out there and we're just like kind of turning the other way, we make the shift. We make the changes. Because it's almost like you got the two sides. Consent of the person to be sterilized or of the spouse, parent, guardian, or the minister continued to be noted only in the case of psychotic persons. In addition, the Exemption, EXEMPTION, from civil action was extended to include any individual taking part in the surgical operations, as well as persons in charge of mental institutions who had caused an inmate to be examined by the Eugenics Board. Genetics. The act underwent another amendment in 1942. This was just right around World War II. Okay, so it was starting, you'll find out, it was starting just before World War I, or just right in around there. It's making the connections to the real truth. The act underwent another amendment in 1942. This time, it specifically broadened the category of mental patients who could be directed to undergo sterilization. Well, that would include everybody that I know. Because everybody has had mental health issues in one form or another. And because you can't accept differences. And like I said, maybe it's because you're not able to accept yourself for your own differences. Because you're not perfect. Because if nobody else is perfect, why do you think you are? Just get it today. Despite knowledge of Nazi intergenics atrocities, the Alberta Genetics Board intended to increase the pace of sterilization. That was in 1942, just before World War II, or 1942, right around World War II. 37 and 42. And it has in here about, despite knowledge of Nazi genetics appreciation, the Alberta Genetics Board intended to increase the pace of sterilization. See, we were taught in school about the wars. But only bits and pieces. And not the pieces. That we should have been taught. Because it's been left to keep repeating over and over, but it's going to stop. It already is stopping because people are standing. And it's not going to be about revenge. Because revenge does not help to heal. It's about making those responsible for their actions. For the damage they've caused the human race. the human rights taken from them. Persons with neural palsy, epilepsy, with psychosis, mental deterioration, and Huntington's disease. See, the thing is, we're told that there's no cure for these diseases, but there is. And it's out there, and it's hidden right now. And it's going to come to light, and it's going to be available to everyone. I had somebody say about, oh, you guys think you can change the world. Well, you know what? Yeah, we can change the world for the better, because it comes with changing yourself first and the outlook that you have on everything. It's like, if your life has only been negative stuff, maybe it's because you've been thinking of everything so negatively. And because you're not able to change because you've been taught one way or another. Change comes from one person at a time. Because one person helps one person, and then that person helps another. It's like a pay it forward, but not expecting anything in return. But the outcome, you help that person, and that person helps that person. Help always comes back. It's like they say, pay it forward. Get the pleasure out of helping people opposed to hurting them. Persons with neuropalsy, Huntington's disease, could, with consent of the parent, be sterilized. An exception to consent was made for parents presenting with Huntington's disease who were also psychotic. See, psychotic is psychic. Psychosis is psychic SOS. And it's not a mental health issue. It becomes one if it is not understood. And it escalates when trauma continues. On the downside of it. It's like they say about the Pandora's box, hope is at the bottom and hope is rising. It's coming out of the depths of the darkness. The healing. A repeal. It was not until 1969, under the direction of Peter Luged, Loged, Loughheed, progressive conservative, and leader of the opposition. The act was reviewed. Mr. Loughheed's party intended to introduce a provincial bill of rights, and a review of his existing legislation was directed in an effort to identify potentially conflicting legislation. Mr. Longhead attacked the act on legal and moral grounds, and the Progressive Conservative Party adopted repeal of the act as part of their platform. In 1972, David King, MLA, Edmonton Highlands, was successful in introducing a bill to repeal the Sexual Sterilization Act. I guess we're going to find out about this. Human rights. Background. Canadian National Committee for Mental Health. Once again, the mental health, the gluttony. In 1918, psychiatrists C.K. Clark and C. Hennix established the Canadian National Committee for Mental Hygiene. The CNCMH was a self-appointed body of experts available for consultation regarding mental health issues. The committee claimed that institutionalization of mental degenerates was both expensive and ineffective, and promoted the use of preventative measures. But they're supposed to be helping, right? The group was active in working for the testing of students and construction of training schools for mental defects. In addition, they advocated tougher inspection and restrictions of immigrants. Mental health survey. Like I said, this is not to get you angry. This is to let you know what's really happening. And it's been happening. And now it's time for people to start healing. And we can heal ourselves. And there's no harm in asking for help. And I say ask for help from someone who's already experienced it and who has overcome. Because it's all about having the right tools and knowing how to I was going to say the word use the tools, but how to incorporate the tools into your everyday. I use meditation, I use frequencies, and I use nature and music and dance and singing, because those are different forms of meditation. And sometimes we just need to sit with ourselves and look at it. And then ask ourselves questions. Well, why am I feeling like this? What happened? Mental health survey. Perhaps the most influential resource for radiationalization or rationalizing sexual sterilization in the province of Alberta. It's not just in Canada that this was implemented. This just came in the form of mental health survey. In 1919, keep in mind, 1919 was when the war and they come home. And then we were told that there was a pandemic, a Spanish flu pandemic. At that time, masks went on the face and they started what have you. In 1919, Dr. Hennicks, professor of psychiatry at the University of Toronto and a specialist on mental disorders, conducted a survey of the province. His goal was to formulate a treatment and training plan for the mentally deficient that would best serve society. The survey involved a review of faculties for the mentally abnormal. The results were published in the 1921 report entitled Mental Hygiene Survey of the Province of Alberta. The report notes that those who suffer from a mental defect or mental disorder are rightly regarded as social liability and recommends careful screening of immigrants and the use of sexual sterilization to control the abnormal population. Well, I'm going to say it. If you're doing this to people, you have a mental problem yourself. Because I know a lot of, you hear a lot of them and they're going into this so they can understand themselves. Or they're going in it to understand other people. Maybe a family member. Would you do it to your family member? And if you would, you might want to check yourself internally, in the heart. Because would you want somebody to do it to you? I don't think so. If you wanted the choice, I can see, like, if somebody's unable, can't walk, talk, or like somebody who's like not even sterilizing them. Because we have no idea, truly. The report notes that those who suffer from a mental defect or mental disorder are rightly regarded as a social liability and recommends careful screening of immigrants, okay, and sterilize the abnormal population. Dr. Hennick's committee describes a causal link between mental abnormality and immorality, illegitimacy, commerciality or criminality, prostitution, dependency. And I said, look at the childhood. Look at what's happened to the person. The suggestion that bad behavior and sexual immortality were directly related to mental deficiencies gave rise to concern by the public and politicians that these individuals pose a threat to society. What is it? Because they're going to find out the truth and they're going to expose you for it? In addition, the committee assumed that mental abnormality could be detected early in life with various test instruments. In the course of their examination, they also reviewed student behavior at the elementary level by administering intelligence quotient test to children who had been described by their teachers as troublesome, mischief makers, or general disruptions. And people say kids will be kids. Something's going on. And it's something we're not seeing until it's, well, so these intelligent tests that they say that they're doing at different grades, it's nothing to do with college, like they say, aptitude tests. No. And it says it right here, what they're doing it for. And their teachers described as troublesome, mischief makers, or general disruptors. Shouldn't they be trained how to work with people like that? People who are struggling for one reason or another? Not saying you're a delinquent and I don't want to deal with you. You're not a very good teacher if that's the way you think. And you might want to trade professions. Not throwing shade, not judging, just speaking truth. Because who are you to judge? If you're not there to help the students, then don't do it. Because all you're doing is hurting them. If you're doing that, it might be time for you to resign now. Or rethink yourself. According to the committee, the test revealed that such troublesome children were more prone to possess low IQ. Further, the children were interviewed and a conclusion was reached that these same troublesome children also possessed less sound moral values. Or maybe they're not troubled and they're just mimicking your behavior. They're feeling your behavior. They're feeling how you are with them, how you treat them, how you really feel about them. I said it before, it's energy. They feel it. And if you don't think they feel you and that some of them can't even hear your thoughts, you're freaking wrong. You just don't understand it, or you don't want people like that around, because it's going to put you in the light. It's going to expose you for your own immoralities. Abnormalities. Your own mental defects. Maybe they're reminding you of yourself. Don't like me, I don't care. Because they give us back what we put out there. It's like the self-reflection. And I know I get it back from my own kids. And family members and stuff. Because like I said, I'm still learning things. I don't want people being sterilized or anything like that. I don't want people being judged for their mental stability or how they look. You have no idea. Because no matter where we go or our children go, nobody knows what happens behind closed doors unless you're there or there's something. So think about that one. or not. It's entirely up to yourself. Possess less sound moral values. It wasn't until much later that the IQ test would be recognized as culturally biased. See? Because how much wisdom you have, how much smarts, intelligent, it has nothing to do with an IQ. Because the person could be feeling like shit that day. But what does it matter? I had somebody that keeps telling me, oh, well, this person has a high IQ. I don't give a shit. I have an IQ of 113. But I hadn't slept in 2 days either. But back in 2007, I had a psychiatrist do a whole day. And they said my IQ was 89. So I knew that I was thrown under this bus. I went for therapy because they said I had conversion disorder. So I went to this doctor who does with regards to conversion disorder. And I was sitting there waiting for my appointment. And the doctor had walked by. Not the one I was seeing, but the main doctor, the one who started it all. He walked by. And I said, hi, doctor. And I said his name. Turned his head, stuck his nose in the air, and walked off. Really? And I even said that. Like, really? You think you're better than me? Well, you're not. And I'll tell you right now, he was an immigrant. So it doesn't matter who you are or where you're from or what your skin color is or your sexuality. If you are a doctor and you snub your nose at your patients, you really got issues yourself. Maybe you need some counseling to teach you not how to be so ignorant. Oh, and I gave permission for them to record me. And that's when I was going into catatonic states because I was in a major car accident. And I had a traumatic brain injury. I did a video on how I've been abused by the medical system whenever I went for help. Physically, mentally, verbally. And they're supposed to be in the profession to have compassion. They're not supposed to have judgment. They help you. That's what they're supposed to be doing. And like I said, I'm not saying that it's all of them, because I know there are many good ones out there who are actually trying to help people. And it's the ones that aren't that make it hard for the ones that are there to help. So if you're not there to help the people, and I don't mean by sterilizing them or killing them, resign. Okay, recognize this culturally biased. United Farms of Alberta. Wow. So now I would say it's on to the court. The United Farms of Alberta, an agricultural lobbying group, responded quickly to the survey and called on the government to draft legislation for life segregation or sterilization of the feeble-minded. Oh my God. That's your farmers. United Farmers of Alberta, an agricultural lobbying group, responded quickly to the survey and called on the government to draft legislation for life segregation or sexual sterilization of feeble-minded. The weight of the survey's results, combined it with the growing fear that new immigrants were inferior, had generated fears over the protection of land and jobs. I'm going to say it. Don't some of these farmers bring in immigrants and pay them shit wages? I've even heard that they put them in these little barn things to live. I'm going to say it. Actually, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to shake my head. It's like, really? The weight of the generate fears over protection of, okay. In 1923, under the growing pressure from the United Farms of Alberta, Minister of Health, Honor R.G. Reid, proposed sterilization of mental defectives as a profitable alternative to aggregation in institutions, but concluded that public support would need to be developed. and I'm going to say it, it would be the healthcare system, the pharmaceutical companies. Big power. From here up. The United Farm Women of Alberta, a group affiliated with the United Farms of Alberta, answered Reid by launching a campaign for public support in 1924. The group's president, Miss Margaret Ginn, stated that democracy was never intended for never intended for degenerates. In addition, group member Miss J.W. Field would go on to serve as secretary of the Alberta Genetics Board. This group would also recommend compulsory medical examination before marriage for all Albertans. And as I said the other night, for now, they have to go for counseling prior to. So you have to be approved if you can get married, apparently, or if they'll marry you. I know somebody who was going to have to go through it before they got married. But does people really know that this is what it is? Other influences. In Western Canada, many influential citizens and interest groups campaigned for segregation and sterilization of the female-minded. Influential citizens. Just get away. It's like, who do you think you are? Just get away. Emily Murphy, the first female magistrate for the British Empire, was a prolific and influential writer who organized meetings and addressed many women's groups in support of negative eugenics. J.S. Wordsworth, preacher and superintendent of All People's Mission in Winnipeg, religion, spiritual systems, of Winnipeg, conducted and published studies on immigration and social response. Wordsworth's reports the quality of immigrants aided in creating a public crisis. Together, these individuals published numerous articles in popular magazines and spoke at public meetings in support of sterilization. Stop pointing fingers at family members. There are also ties to the University of Alberta, Dr. John M. Maganichran, it's spelled Mac-Each-Ran, founder of the Department of Physiology and Psychology, was also longtime chairman of the genetics board. And Robert Charles Wallace, president of the University of Alberta in 1934, was an outspoken supporter of genetic sterilization. Wow. Isn't the university an education? It's a business, it's a corporation. The highest form of provincial government would show support. The highest form of provincial government would show support. Right now, where I'm at in the Maritimes, our government is doing nothing to help the people. So it's time. If you're not going to help the people, it's time for you to resign and let the people in who are truly going to help the people and not just put themselves in there for the same purposes of greed, ignorance, or all the other sins. Systems integrated into society for their own personal gain. Because you want to make a name for yourself, don't do that. Food, homeless. It's all happening here. And our provincial government has not been doing much of anything. I know. And I'm going to say it. I read an article where in Alberta, more and more hotels are being open to help homeless people. But there's different things going on. Everyone deserves to have a safe home to live in. Everyone deserves to have food on their table. To have a pot to pee in, a bed to sleep in. Everyone deserves to have the ability to have access to the same thing as everybody else. And it's not about having the materialistic stuff. Like I said, health, family, stability, but not in the way that you have to feel that you have to walk this way or talk this way or be this way in order to have it. Because those are human rights. I know it's a very long video, and if you watch this video, I say thank you very much. The highest form of provincial government would show support. Premier John Edward Brownlee stated that the argument of freedom or right of the individual can no longer hold good where the welfare of the state and of society is concerned. So they're saying that they're arguing freedom or rights. of the individual can no longer hold good. They're saying that you don't have human rights. It's asking yourself those questions. Because we're so, like I said, we're so distracted with individual protests that we're not looking at the bigger picture of it all. It's having us fight over things back and forth instead of like a distraction from what's really real and going on. And if you want to change things, it starts with you changing and seeing what's really happening and not turning a blind eye. Because people who are standing up, because they say the meek will inherit the earth. Okay. Think of a raccoon. A raccoon is meek. But if you threaten their life, they're not going to turn on their own people, which is everyone. Because right now, that's what they have us doing, turning on each other. So it's a matter of taking and turning from that person and turning and looking at the real system, the real sins of systems. The true sins. See, the thing is, it's true. They're pointing fingers at us and saying we're sinners. Think of it this way. You're pointing. Okay, you're pointing at someone. What's going back at you? So they're pointing at us. Meanwhile, there's like it's right there. It's pointing back at themselves. But they're pointing. No, look over there. Don't look here. Look over there. Decía Totoria Sarai. Premier John Edward Brownlee stated that the argument of freedom or right of the individual can no longer hold good where the welfare of the state and of the society is concerned. Many other factors influenced public opinion, including the creation in 1930 of the Genetics Society of Canada. Systems integrated into society. Society of Canada. Acceptance of sterilization laws in many of the United States, and numerous newspapers, magazines, and books touting sterilization as a remedy for rapidly increasing social problems. Sexual sterilization on trial. In 1995, Lenely Muir sued Alberta for stigmatization as a moron, wrongfully confinement, and sterilization. At the age of 10, Muir, an unwanted and abused child, was admitted to the provincial training school for medical for mental defectives, PTS, in Red Deer, Alberta. She was confined to the facility under 1965 when she left against medical direction. Years later, during struggles with infertility, failed marriages, and depression, Muir would learn that she had been sterilized during an apodectomy while detained at the PTS. Further IQ testing would reveal that Muir did not suffer from mental deficiency. Well, IQ testing has nothing to do with that. Because they can say that the higher the IQ, the more of a mental retardation you have. I've heard it. DCI. The court ruled in favor of the plaintiff and awarded Muir $740,780 Canadian dollars and an additional sum of $230,000 Canadian for legal costs. This precedent-setting case opened the doors for other individuals seeking retribution for suffering under the Sexual Sterilization Act. So, if there's still if this is still being done, okay, and people don't know their rights, okay, so be ready. Human rights. Alberta and British Columbia are the only provinces where, for a number of years, the government sterilized mentally ill men and women without their consent. The science of genetics, which came into prominence during the late 19th century, was concerned with improving the human race. Geneticists believed that natural selection was insufficient, and they sought to influence human evolution by weeding out undesirables. A combination of heavy immigration and a fear that undesirables were reproducing high rate contribute to the popularization of genetics in Canada. Such well-known figures as Emily Murphy and J.S. Woodsworth were avowed in genetics. The United Farm Women of Alberta, which was the forefront of lobbying for sterilization laws, embraced the ambitious goal of remodeling society through social improvements. The group emphasized well-raised and genetically superior children as the hope for a future utopia society. Yep. Sexualized Sterilization Act created an intergenetics board that was empowered to recommend sterilization as a condition for release from a mental health institution. The purpose was to ensure that the danger of procreation intended risk of multiplication of the evil by transmission of the disability to prodigy were eliminated. An amendment in 1937 permitted the sterilization of mental defects without their consent. Defectives without their consent. This guy. Why was Alberta among the few Canadian provinces that legislated sterilization in the right to consent? Jonah Grickle offers a few suggestions. Its government was based in populist and grassroots ideology, which was linked to restrictionist politics and anti-immigration sentiments, strong opposition to federalism, and heavy reliance on experts, including mental health experts. The Catholic presence in Alberta was relatively weak, and the subsequent social credit government became complicit, and stagnant, led by charismatic leaders who were also fundamentalist religious leaders. The populace also seemed to accept the status quo with little question. Between 1928 and 1972, the Alberta Genetics Board approved 99% of its 4,785 cases. Smooth talkers. Religious leaders. Populants also seemed to accept the status quo. Okay, in 1928 and 1970, between 1928 and 1972, the Alberta Genetics Board approved 99% of its 4,785 cases. Over time, increasing numbers of its decisions involved people who did not give their consent. And it was clearly biased against young adults, 20 to 24-year-olds, women, and Aboriginals. Aboriginals were also more likely to be diagnosed as mentally defective. How ignorant. Even in cases where agreement was obtained, it is impossible to know how many people were Irist. I think it's coerced into consenting. Yes, coerced into consenting. Coerced. The bribery. Here, I'll give you a coupon for the fast food place that's already killing you because it's not good for you. Yes. Go get your knee. Go get it. Because they know you're starving. This is particularly true for women who bear the burden of carrying children and are typically responsible for their care. The forced sterilization of mentally ill people was obviously inconsistent with the principle of the rights revolution. Thus, it is no surprise that Alberta's Peter Lougheed government, which had already introduced wide-ranging human rights legislation and was preparing to remove restrictions against Hutterties, examined the Sexual Sterilization Act in 1972. Speaking before the legislation, Premier Lougheed explained that we feel very, very strongly that the fact is offensive and at odds with the proposed Bill of Rights. Alberta MLA David King, who introduced a bill to repeal the act, noticed successively at the second reading. I come finally to the last reason, which for this person's writing, for me personally, it is the most compelling. Oh, this must be what he said. This is what he said. David King said. This is what David King said. I come finally to the last reason, which for me personally, is the most compelling. That is simply that the act violates fundamental human rights. We are provided with an act, the basis of which is a presumption that society, or at least the government, knows what kind of people can be allowed children and what kind of people cannot. It is our view that this is a reprehensible and intolerable philosophy and program for this province and this government. Lemuria Murray sued Alberta government where'd it go? In 1995 at age 10. She had been admitted Red Deer. Okay, I read that part for mentally defective. She later discovered that, okay, so in this it's saying the judge awarded her $1 million within 3 years, and province faced hundreds of additional lawsuits. Where we need to find out. In a move that shocked the country, the government introduced a bill to apply the notwithstanding clause of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to impose a $150,000 gap on all lawsuits. The ensuing public outcry led in the withdrawal the bill within 24 hours and later agreed to an out-of-court settlement of $80 million. The Edmonton Journal suggested that it took either cavalry disregard for basic civil rights or casual incompetence in preparing legislation for the bill to even be introduced, and described that incidents as a 24-hour lesson is basic human rights. And then it has the different further reading. Wow. Article Ethics in Canada. This was done in February 7, 2006, and last edited June 7th, 2019. Eugenics is a set of beliefs and practices aimed at improving the human population through controlled breeding. It includes negative intergenetics, discouraging or limited the procreation of people considered to have undesirable characteristics and genes, and positive in genetics, encouraging the procreation of people considered to have desirable characteristics and genes. Who are they to judge who is what? Just because they see it on a piece of paper or they think that they know. I'm in the middle because I'm ticked off at the sides right now. I'm looking out for people. And there's going to be a lot of healing coming. It's already happening. And it's only going to keep happening. We will heal. There are miracles happening all over the world. Only they're not being shown. Because it's just stuff that's the stuff that's being shown is all about keeping you distracted. It's time to heal. Whitney Houston, greatest love of all. The children are our future. And the children are screaming at us. And Michael Jackson, when he sings, "We are the world, we are the people." And we are healing. Many Canadians supported eugenetics policy in the early 20th century, including some medical professionals, politicians, and feminists. Both Alberta, 1928, and British Columbia, 1933, passed Sexual Sterilization Act, which were not repealed until the 70s, although often consideration and pursuances and a thing of the past, and genetics methods have continued into the 21st century, including the cohort sterilization of Indigenous women and what some have termed the new in genetics, in genetic editing and the screening of fetus for disability. So a lot of people that got that were pregnant or became pregnant, their bodies were miscarrying the babies. See, people put that out there, and women have experienced it, families have experienced it, because when the mother experiences it, the whole family does. I had 2 miscarriages. Logo of the Second International Congress of Genetics, 1921, exhibited photograph scan from Harry H. Laughlin. The Second International Exhibition of Genetics, held September 22nd to October 22nd, 1921, in connection with the Second International Congress of Genetics in the American Museum of Natural History, New York. Baltimore, William and Wilkins Co., 1923. Key terms, facts. In genetics, a set of beliefs and practices aimed at improving the human population through controlled breeding. Positive in genetics, a form of genetics that encourages the procreation of individuals and groups who are viewed as possessing desirable characteristics and genes. Methods include baby bonuses and other financial incentives. I just was asked, does that mean the wealthy? Well, even wealthy people have mental illnesses too. I know a lot of them like to hide in the systems. Negative in genetics. This is what it says. A form of genetics that discourages and decreases the procreation of individuals and groups who are viewed as having inferior or desirable characteristics and genes. Methods include sexual sterilization and institutionalization. I feel like I'm gonna barf. Or somebody feels like that. Sterilization, a permanent medical procedure that prevents pregnancy. One example is tube ligation. I had a tube ligation because by the time I was 20, I would have had 5 children. But that was only because I didn't use the proper protection that's out there. So I had a tube ligation because I wanted to wait until I was married so that I could have another child. And when I got my tube ligation, I was under the impression that my tubes were only tied. And that was in 94, 95. And in 2003, I found out that they cut, burnt, and tied my tubes and didn't tell me that that's what they were doing. Tubal ligation and surgical procedure in which the fallopian tubes are either cut or blocked. So mine was irreversible. So they took that away from me. Because I always wanted to have another child. Si tu doria sada. Porque tu doi mane exclui. So where do you get off taking that right from me? By lying. It's deceitful. When they do it, they know what they're doing. And I'm speaking from here right now, from the experience. And after that, I started having a lot of reproductive problems. I was diagnosed with dysplasia when I was 22. I went through a lot of bouts of endometriosis. And I hadn't had that stuff prior to it. And I'm not looking for your sympathy. I'm sharing my experience so others know that I know how you're feeling. And then after my mom passed, because I had been having a lot of serious problems before my mom passed with my menstrual cycle. It was very painful. And I found out, like, after I had a hysterectomy, after my mom passed, I found out that there may have been a possibility to be able to turn it. But see, when I was 20, the doctor didn't discourage me. Because some doctors will say, like, you're too young. And I ended up with a hysterectomy because I asked for one. It wasn't because I had medical problems, per se. I had, like, painful periods sometimes. But I wasn't educated on it. Not to the fullness that I should have been. And our body parts are not supposed to be taken out. And when I went for my hysterectomy, the one that does the anesthetic, she put the IV in my arm and she took, and when she was putting the solution in, she squeezed it really fast and hard. So it squirted all over my arm. She took a cloth and she patted it and took a whole bunch of tape and wrapped it around my arm. Said, let's hope that it doesn't come out during surgery. Well, it wasn't until years later that I found out that when you're in surgery, in the middle of it, they bring you halfway out so they can check your vital signs. Only when they brought me halfway out, because the solution was my arm, because it squirted all over my arm and she never put no more in, I woke up all the way. And I could literally feel them cutting and pulling my insides out through my vagina. And I was screaming. Bloody blue murder at the top of my lungs. I was screaming for my mom. And my mom had passed away. Everything was black, but I was feeling it all. And I felt cold solution go in my arm and a mask go over my face. They are to leave you and they are to keep you in the recovery room until you are fully awake and aware. I woke up in my room by myself, very disoriented, not knowing like what. So I could say, was that some sort of punishment? Because I was screaming in pain? It's like, here, we'll fix ya. That's just my opinion right now, and because I'm going by what I experienced. And ever since then, all I could do was hope and pray that it never happened to anybody else. Supporters, proponents of eugenics policy. Dr. E.W. McBride, Professor Dr. E.W. McBride, Professor Carrie Derrick, Dr. Helen Mercury, William Eberhardt, Ernest Manning, Emily Murphy, Louis McKinning, Nellie McClung, Henrietta Murr Edwards, Social Credit Party of Alberta, United Farms of Alberta, United Farm Women's Association, Agetic Society of Canada, Tommy Douglas. That was for that part. That was for supporters, proponents of the genetic policies. Those were the people. The Sexual Sterilization Act, Alberta, 1928 to 1972. The legislation created a eugenics board that could authorize the sexual sterilization of inmates of mental hospitals who had been proposed for release. If the board determined that there was a risk that they could transmit disability to their children, that there was a risk to, transmit disability to their children. Over 2,800 people were sterilized under this legislation. Sexual Sterilization Act, British Columbia, 1933 to 1973. The act closely resembled the Alberta legislation, but was applied more narrowly. It is estimated that between 200 and 400 people were sterilized under this legislation. Eugenics benefits and goals. Eugenics is a set of beliefs and practices aimed at improving the human population through controlled breeding. The word genetics is derived from the Greek word meaning well born. It was first used in 1983 by Sir Francis Galton, cousin of Charles Darwin, who is widely considered the founder of the eugenetic movement in England. The movement focused on both positive and negative genetics, though with greater emphasis on the latter. Positive and genetics included the encouragement of procreation by individuals and groups who were viewed as possessing desirable characteristics and genes, thereby attempting to improve and strengthen the overall gene pool of society. Negative in genetics involved discouraging and decreasing procreation by individuals and groups who were viewed as having inferior or undesirable characteristics and genes. The goal of negative in genetics was pursued through several different methods aimed at limiting the capacity and opportunity for procreation, including sexual sterilization, marriage prohibition, segregation, and institutionalization. Wow. Surgical and social and scientific assumptions of genetics. The genetics movement was based on certain social and scientific assumptions. This is a long video, and it's been a long wait. Assumptions. One such assumption, based on the work of German scientist and F-R-I-A-R, Gregory Mendel, 1822 to 1884, was that certain characteristics and traits were thought to be hereditary. Holy shoot. That's in 1822. Another was that these characteristics and traits were believed to be socially undesirable. Hence, it was thought to be in society's interest to reduce the spread of these undesirable traits by limiting the reproduction power of those individuals and groups who passed them. And that was going on in 1884. Okay, so then then in 1918, 1919, history, repeating history, socially undesirable. Hence, it was thought to be in the society's interest to reduce the spread of these undesirable traits and limiting reproductive powers of individuals and groups possess them. And geneticists believed that the following undesirable characteristics were almost exclusively hereditary: intellectual disabilities, mental illness, alcoholism, poverty, criminality, and various types of immoral behavior, including prostitution. Supporters of genetics also believed that these groups had a higher reproductive rates than other people. One of the most dominant and recurring themes of genetics philosophy in the late 19th and early 20th century was the emphasis on a link between intellectual disability, criminality, and the consequent menace which intellectual disability posed to society. Wow. These are your family members they're talking about. You know that, right? C'est tout est soleil. And geneticists believe that the following undesirable characteristics, including prostitution. Supporters of genetics also believed that these groups had a higher reproductive rate than other people. One of the most dominant and recurrent themes of philosophy in 19th century, disability posed to society. Support for genetics in Canada in the 20th century. In the early 20th century, genetic policies were considered progressive among many Canadians, including some socialists, feminists, farmers, and psychiatrists. Their assumption was that Canadian society could improve by encouraging reproduction among certain groups, particularly Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Anglo-Saxon Protestants, yes. And discouraging or limiting reproduction among other groups, including Eastern Europe immigrants and increasingly Indigenous people. Similar immigration policies like the Chinese Chinese head tax were aimed at limiting the population of the Asian Canadians. Many prominent Canadians, many prominent Canadians of that era were advocates of Indigenous philosophy and Indigenous sterilization, including Dr. E.W. McBride, Professor Carrie Derrick, and Dr. Helen McMurtry. Support for Indigenous sterilization was also expressed in the 1920s by many prominent Alberta women, including Emily Murphy and Nellie McClung, MCCLUNG. Maternal feminists like McClung, for example, argued that women were the mothers and guardians of their race. They therefore championed legislation, including sterilization, which aimed to curtail prostitution, alcoholism, and mental defectiveness. Other Canadian individuals and institutions, however, opposed genetic policies. For example, the Roman Catholic Church in Canada was vehemently opposed to sexual sterilization legislation. Did you know Tommy Douglas, the father of socialized medicine in Canada and one of the country's most beloved figures, at one time endorsed genetic policies? In 1933, he received a Master of Arts in Sociology from McMaster University for his thesis, The Problems of the Subnormal Family. In the thesis, Douglas recommended several genetic policies, including the sterilization of mental defectiveness and those incurably diseases. Okay. They're not diseases. However, by the time Douglas became Premier of Saskatchewan in 1944, he had abandoned his support for sterilization. When Douglas was presented with reports that recommended when Douglas was presented with reports that recommended legalizing sexual sterilization in the province, he rejected the idea. Instead, he adopted a different approach, including therapy for people with mental illnesses and vocational training for those with intellectual disabilities. See Tommy Douglas and in genetics. Sexual sterilization laws. In genetics, philosophy was highly influential in the enactment of sexual sterilization laws in North America in the early part of the 20th century. This type of legislation was passed in 32 states in the United States and in 2 Canadian provinces, Alberta in 1928 and British Columbia in 1933. Countries around the world passed similar legislations, including Nazi Germany. Whoa. In genetics legislation in Alberta, in 1928, the Alberta government passed the Sexual Sterilization Act. There was a broad public support for this legislation, which was passed by the United Farmers of Alberta under Premier John Edward Brownlee. Why is that name familiar? The act established an epigenetics board with the power to authorize the sexual sterilization of certain individuals who had been institutionalized under the Mental Disease Act and Mental Defectives Act. Whoa. And recommended for release. According to the 1928 Sexual Sterilization Act, parents could be sterilized if the board is unanimously of opinion that the parent might safely be discharged if the danger of procreation with its attendant risk of multiplication of the evil by transmission of the disability of prodigy were eliminated. Holy crap. Get to Lana. Wow. Consent was required either from the parent or her parent, guardian, or spouse. In 1937, the Act was amended, removing the need for informed consent for these considered normally defective. According to the 1937 amendments, such persons could be sterilized to prevent the transmission of mental disability or deficiency, or to avoid the risk of mental injury, either to such person or to his progeny. Simply, psychotic parents could be sterilized to prevent the transmission of mental diseases or the risk of mental injury. See, the thing is, I may appear to be talking to myself when I'm out talking, but I'm actually not talking to myself. I am talking to others. And I've already been in the psychiatric unit. And I told them that they might want to be, because their medication's not going to, like, it's not going to work. And to sterilize us, it's wrong. And we're not evil. Because a lot of us are very good people. And we don't harm others. But this here, this act, this is what I call evil. But that's my opinion. And yeah, it's a lot of other people's too. If these systems really worked for the people, then there'd be no need for this. There was never a need for it. Citoyesa on either side. Oh, crap. In 1942, the act was altered yet again, expanding its scope to include candidates who had not been institutionalized. Both amendments were passed by the Social Credit government led by William Eberhart. The Alberta legislation was repealed in 1972 by Peter Lougheed's progressive conservative government. During the 44 years in which legislation was in effect, the Eugenics Board approved 4,725 cases for sexual sterilization, of which 834 were carried out. In 1996, an Alberta court awarded approximately $740,000 in damages to Lemire, who had been wrongfully sterilized at age 14 while she was a patient at the Provincial Training School for Mental Defectiveness. Hundreds of other sterilization survivors have since come forward and settled out of court with the province. Okay. This needs to, when it happens, it needs to be put in the public eye so that everyone is aware of it, because right now, by saying, oh, we'll settle it out of court so you'll shut up and it won't get out there, it'll be a hush hush. Well, no more. Genetic legislation in British Columbia. In 1933, the British Columbia government, under Conservative Premier Simon Fraser Tulmy, passed its own Sexual Sterilization Act and closely resembled Alberta's legislation, but was applied more narrowly. Under the Act, a board of eugenics could order the sterilization of any institutionalized patient who, if discharged without being subjected to an operation for sexual sterilization, could be likely to beget or bear children who, by reason of inheritance, would have a tendency to serious mental disease or mental deficiency. There was board support for the act in British Columbia, including political support from the Liberal Party of British Columbia. In the contrast, the Roman Catholic Church loudly protested the legislation. According to historian Angus McLaren, a few hundred people were sterilized in British Columbia, far fewer than in Alberta. None should have. As records were destroyed, the exact number is unknown, but it estimated to be 200 and 400. Wow. Did you hear that? As records were destroyed. They have a habit of doing that, don't they? If there's no records, you can't prove it. So it keeps repeating, right? The British Columbia legislation remained relatively narrow in scope compared to the Alberta Act, which was twice amended and enlarged. According to historian Amy Sampson, many of the individuals sterilized through the program had come through Riverview Hospital, formerly Essendale Hospital. British Columbia's Sexual Sterilization Act was repealed in 1973 under the NDP government of David Burnett. In 2005, 9 women who were sterilized at Riverview Hospital between 1940 and 1968 were awarded $450,000 in an out-of-court settlement. So that was another hush-hush. Here, we'll do it out of court so it doesn't get put in the limelight for all to see what's going on. In genetics, in other Canadian provinces, although Alberta and British Columbia were the only two provinces to pass sexual sterilization legislation, most provinces considered implementing a genetic policy in the early 20th century. Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario all drafted sexual sterilization legislation, but these were defeated in the 1930s due to increased resistance, particularly from Catholics. Moreover, as historians Erika Dykert points out, other provinces have engaged in endogenetics as well. Beginning in the 1960s, Quebec practices positive genetics, establishing baby bonuses and other financial incentives for large families in the hope of increasing its population. In the Atlantic provinces, Nova Scotia institutionalized women considered unfit for motherhood. And in 99, I was hospitalized because I used a Ouija board and I started to wake up, and I was experiencing things. And I called my child's father to come get him because something was wrong. I was admitted to the psychiatric unit, and it was approximately 2-3 days later, I was told that my child's father, had sole custody. For 6 years, I had to fight for custody because they used my marital status, my mental health status, and my educational status, and the fact that I had no other children. That was our legal justice system. I was discriminated against all things. So in order to get my child back, I married. And the person who I married, I thank them very much for doing that. Because they helped me get my child back, but it caused a lot of problems and strain in the relationship. And to this day, there's still a strain. Because we're still friends and we never went away from each other. And if it wasn't for that person, I don't know if I would have had my child back. Because that's not how I wanted to get married. But that was the only way to bring him home. So I know how a lot of people feel. And like I said, it's not because I want sympathy. I know that I'm feeling other people right now. So I know where you're coming from. I know your pain. I know your hurt, your anger, your frustration. But you will get through it. And I'm not sorry for this. Because I said in the beginning, I may get emotional. And it's because I'm connected with people. So not only it's being able to relate to others. Being able to help others heal. In genetics and Indigenous peoples in Canada. Indigenous populations have been targeted by genetic legislation, particularly sexual sterilization, since the 1930s. See sexual sterilization of Indigenous women in Canada. In the first 4 decades of Alberta's sterilization program, Eastern Europeans were the group most affected by the legislation. Under the province's mental health campaigns, many Eastern Europeans were institutionalized and therefore subject to the Sexual Sterilization Act. But by 1972, First Nations and Métis people represented over 25% of those sterilized under Alberta's sexual sterilization legislation. Even since the repeal of sexual sterilization laws in the early 1970s, Indigenous women have been coerced into sterilization, some of them pressured to sign consent forms for tubal ligations while in labor or on the operating table. Those are the true sins. It's the systems integrated into our societies, our society. And it doesn't care. Some more than others, but it doesn't care. An operating table. According to Dr. Karen Soti, about 1,200 Indigenous women were sterilized in the 70s alone. About half of them at Indian hospitals operated by the federal government between 1971 and 1974. Coerced sterilization has continued into the 21st century. In July 2017, a report titled Tubal Ligation in the Saskatoon Health Region. The lived experience of Aboriginal women revealed that some Indigenous women in the Saskatoon area had been pressured into sexual sterilization. According to co-authors Wyona Boyer, Yvonne then Canadian Research Chair in Aboriginal Health and Wellness at Brandon University, and Dr. Judith Barnett, an Indigenous physician and former Associate Professor of Community of Health Science at the University of Manitoba. Many of the women were pressured to sign consent forms while in labor. The same year, some of the affected women launched a class action lawsuit against the Saskatoon Health Region, Saskatchewan government, federal government, and individual medical professionals. Since the report's publication, more women have come forward, alleging similar treatment in other regions, provinces, and territories. Why is that not put out there? Why is it not put in the public eye? In November 2018, Amnesty International brought the issue of the United Nations Committee Against Torture. Whoa. In November 2018, Amnesty International brought the issue to the United Nations Committee Against Torture. The following month, the UN committee made two recommendations that all allegations of forced or coerced sterilization be impartially investigated, and that concrete measures be taken to prevent and criminalize involuntary sterilization. The new eugenics. Many Canadians assume that the eugenics movement is a thing of the past, particularly after it was decredited as a pseudoscience following the Second World War and the eugenics policies of the Nazi regime in Germany, see Canada, and the Holocaust. However, this ignores the fact that sexual sterilization continued in Canada even after sterilization legislation was repealed in the 1970s. Oh, shit. Moreover, some experts warn that Canada is sliding into a new form of genetics in the 21st century. In 2004, for example, Professor Denise Doe of the University of Victoria argued that potential testing of fetuses is akin to Nazi-style genetics, a purging of the disabled from society, according to Doe. There is a widespread acceptance among Western societies that disabled fetuses should not be brought to term, with many parents choosing to abort fetuses diagnosed with Down syndrome, for example. Whether genetic screening and genetic engineering constitute a new genetics is a matter of debate, one which raises questions about scientific ethics, human rights, and disability. See also disability rights movement in Canada, population genetics, genetics ethics, and the law. Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow. I'm going to say it. That's mind-blowing. Oh, wow. No. If you're wondering why I'm sitting here not saying anything, it's because holy crap. That to me is what we need to see. Instead of these protests we're going through and pointing fingers and blaming others, this is where we need to be looking. And the bottom one, the Sexual Sterilization Act, is all of this. It's due to all of this. I can't tell you how to feel, how to take this information. I know I walk with the people. Not systems that have hurt people. And they're innocent people. Because it's a lot about we've been left in the dark. And it's time to see that your family are only trying to help. I want grandchildren. And a lot of us do want kids and grandchildren. And in all honesty of what I feel, I would say it's the systems that need the sterilization. It's like people are taking orders. But you don't have to take them, it's your choice. Like I said, I got one of them from the past 3 years. I got one. And I got it because I had someone who was compromised for health. And they kept telling me it was my patriotic duty. The people who said that, I'm going to ask you, was it really my patriotic duty? After finding out, did you know what you were doing? Was it your patriotic duty? Did you make that choice willingly? Did you have all the facts, the truth? And if you did, well, that's really nice for you. But there are many people out there who didn't. See, I learned this all as you were learning. The only thing I read was the Sexual Sterilization Act and a bit of the 7 deadly sins so I could figure out, because I had all this written down. Like I said, even before I went and looked up what the 7 deadly sins were. Sitotaya suram. Yeah. Wow. Wow. I'm going to be honest right now. I'm in so much shock. It's part of the seeing is believing. I know that there's, like I said, propaganda and they're pointing fingers at each other. But it's only to confuse people. I'm going to pick another card. Like I said, I don't know if it pertains to what I bring forward or if it's just a message to put out there for someone. They say no such thing as coincidences, just synchronicities. My religion consists of a humble admiration of illimitable superior spirit who reveals himself in the slight details we are able to perceive with our frail and feeble mind. Wow. Didn't they say in there that we were feeble? guess I'm proud to be feeble. But I am able to do stuff for myself. But these have to get people to do the dirty work for them. So I'll read that one more time. My religion consists of illimitable spirit who reveals himself in the slight details we are able to perceive with our frail and feeble minds. That being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings. Most importantly, very good health to anyone and everyone wanting, willing, ready to receive and accept, which all to be big, bold, brave. Most importantly, be yourself, your authentic self. Be kind to yourself, be kind to others. Keep going and never give up because you are strong. I love you all. Thank you for watching, and I will see you again soon. Stay centered and move forward in love.